About one more minute and we'll get going this evening. Not that we're waiting on Kevin, however. Welcome, everybody. I'll call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional first people of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit Ani. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Eisenbeis.
Present.
Mr. Mosier.
Here.
Mr. Pike.
Here.
Mr. Yestad.
Here.
Mr. Christensen.
Here.
Ms. Carlson.
Here.
And Mr. Saline.
Here. Any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? I see none. There are no ceremonial matters this evening. That'll bring us to special reports. We have a scheduled special report from Tristan, School Board. Thank you. Microphone, please. It's like you've never used one of those before.
All right, there we go. All right, Mayor Eisenbeis Assembly, thank you for having me. Tristan Gavon, Sitka School Board President. And tonight I'm here to talk with you about what we always seem to be talking about this time of year, which is the base student allocation. And I know we've talked a lot about that between our two bodies. Just for the public, the base student allocation is that per pupil funding amount that we receive from the state to provide a high quality education for all of our students. And so I just wanted to share with you, as many of you are probably aware, the State House passed an amended version of Senate Bill 140 recently. It was a omnibus bill with a number of education items in that. That had $680 BSA increase. It had $500 per student who is on an Alaska Reads Reading Improvement Plan. It had money for pupil transportation and a number of other things. That was passed by the House 38-2 in what really was a historic vote. Get into education funding early in the session and in a bipartisan way was really amazing. But as you know, the governor sent out a tweet yesterday basically saying the bill is status quo. And so because he has line item veto powers and it takes a 3/4 majority of our legislature to overturn him, potentially we're looking at another veto this year. So I'm going to try to be brief here, but let me just connect because I want to share, I would like to share what the impact of the BSA is on the budget. So you have an idea as we're moving through our budget, given that a bulk of our budget and a good part of the city's budget comes from the city and borough of Sitka. So just to touch again on the BSA was $5,930 on July 1st, 2016. That has increased only $30 over the last now almost 8 years. So the current BSA is $5,960. Anchored CPI, or the inflation rate in that time, about 26%. So you see there, for our current BSA to keep up with inflation would need to be $7,472, or about $1,500 more. What we have been asking for is $1,413 to account for that inflation. And so moving through, this is the impact of various BSAs on our budget. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I think maybe a 1250 or a 1413 is a little ambitious. But as you see, the far left column there is our current budget with 340 built outside of the BSA, that one-time funding like we received last year and like we've received many times over the last 10 years. With that, to keep our status quo, we're looking at a budget deficit of around $4 million if we were to keep 2.5 full-time grant-funded Alaska Reads reading interventionists. So you get a sense of where we stand. We'd need about an 860 BSA to keep the status quo in terms of what we're providing our students this year. And I just want to note that that 1413 number is important because it's not just our district. A lot of the districts outside of our district, we're really fortunate, but particularly rural districts are seeing huge increases in heating, transportation. I heard a story recently, there's a school up north where students used to fly to their basketball games. Now they're taking snow machines to those basketball games. So you can imagine some of those impact on students. And just one last thing, and I'll provide this information to you all. As you know, we recently approved a new contract for our certificated staff, the Sitka Educational Association staff. We did this analysis of the last 12 years of teacher raises in the negotiated agreements. As you see, going back to 2013, teachers or certificated staff, teachers, administrators, others have received about a little over a 17% raise. In that same time, we've had that CPI of 28%. And so there at the bottom, you can see that impact on what teachers should be making versus what they are making if we were to keep up with inflation. So I think this is one of those hidden costs. Teachers, because they're passionate about what they do, they care about students and families, they'll give up, they reach into their own pocket a lot to buy supplies. They've taken what is unfair pay increases so we can maintain a balanced budget. So that's some of the impact. We don't know where things stand at this point. We were hopeful, but now we're kind of back into that holding pattern. So the more advocacy we can do with the legislature and in particular the governor, the better. And I just want to point something out here for those interested. All of the budget information is on the school district website. You go to departments, you click on the business office. Assuming the internet is working. Come on. And you will find budgets by fiscal year in the bottom corner. Those are line item budgets covering all the expenses in the general fund budget, going back to, I believe, 2011 there. And then you will also, in the documents, policies, and forms, you will find our annual audits on the right-hand side with our most recent FY 2023 audit with an itemized revenues and expenses for all of our fund accounts. Thank you.
I appreciate you giving us that update, Tristan. I think I agree. It's good to hear early in the year what school funding might be. to kind of give us both an idea. But as we both know, it's a long ways away from a finalized budget. So appreciate the update.
Definitely. And let me just lastly thank our local legislators, Bert Stedman and Rebecca Himshoot. They have reached across the aisle. They have worked on a compromise, and they've put in long hours advocating for us and the students of the state. So I felt they needed recognition. I didn't want to forget that. Thank you again.
Thank you. Moving on with our special reports this evening. Is there anyone here for government to government? Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? School district? And students and guests for special reports? Seeing none, that'll bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Richard Josh Ween. I'd like to call out two particular, not call out, I'd like to tell the Assembly about two particular individuals. One is somebody, if you haven't noticed, who I certainly miss dearly, and that is Dan Edelin. His presence, I would feel it when I'd come in, I'd walk in, he'd be totally set up, and I do miss his presence. He's at the Pioneer Home, and I hope he's listening now. And, you know, when you're at the Pioneer Home, go in and say hello. It's a fun place. You elders really know how to party. So that's just to let you know. The other thing is a name that I bring up because it'd be wonderful if the Sitka government class actually looked this guy up and talked about him, because this fellow, his name is Shahquah, S-A-H-Q-U-A-H, and it's hired a gentleman from the 1880s, and there was in an interesting law case here in Sitka, and it certainly represents government law because it really wraps around the 13th Amendment. So if there are any students here, don't scratch your heads, look up what the 13th Amendment is. The other things that are worthy of speech in 1:35 is, I'd like to know what the policy of the city is for the disposal of electric vehicles. I know for $150, I could drive it down, gas tank empty, bam, they crush it and so forth. But you can't do that with EVs. I went onto the website and couldn't find any information. And I think this represents something very significant because we have an aging electric vehicle population here. And so this will be an issue. And I really think it needs to be brought to the forefront. If the sustainability folks want to talk about it, whatever, Public Works really needs to speak about it. And I think the Assembly needs to request that they do speak about disposal of electric vehicles, because lithium is just an incredible element. And maybe at some other 3 minutes, I'll talk about our third element. The other thing is the electric department. Boy, there must be a lot of stuff going on there. And I think that the Assembly needs to have public commentary and update as to what's going on in the electric department. And if I think that the very fact that from everything I hear, that they had to reach out to Juneau to get a lineman because of a recent electrical failure, I think that says it all. Thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening?
Good evening. My name is Austin Cranford. I just wanted to piggyback off what Mr. Ween mentioned about the electrical department. Yeah, where was the transparency that the city claims that they're trying to do in the strategic plan? February 22nd, Peterson Avenue was without power for over 12 hours. And according to the city's own statement, we had been without linemen or NECA temps since February 1st. So the community was not informed for 22 days that we had nobody capable of repairing basically storm damage. And we have a storm out right now. What happens if power lines go out tonight? It's below freezing. There's people that need power for medical devices. There's people that need power for heat pumps that we're so confident will heat our homes. Yet it currently looks like it'll be about 12 hours till we get power back. So yes, I would like to see the city release a statement regarding that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to make a statement for persons to be heard. It's just a repeat of the announcement I made at the last assembly meeting as the liaison for this Sustainability Commission. I'm just going to read off a little script here. I just want to remind everyone about the survey for the Sitka Community Renewable Energy Strategy. The deadline is the 29th at midnight. The Sitka Renewable Energy Strategy is a city and borough of Sitka-led project heavily supported by its Sustainability Commission in collaboration with energy experts via technical assistance from the Department of Energy's Energy Transition Initiative Partnership Project, also known as ETIP. By establishing a shared vision of Sitka's energy future to guide energy-related communities' decisions through this, we will help shape a roadmap for community and policy actions that advance the shared energy vision. Finally, to help the technical team understand the community of Sitka a little better and to shape their early work, they're conducting the survey to help them. That you can go to the survey at https://www.research.net/r/SCRESSITE. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening? Any item off of tonight's agenda?
Tristan Gavon, I'm here as a citizen. I won't be talking as long or about schools. I just wanted to come up and I would like to thank Brian Hansen, the municipal attorney. I had the opportunity to be on the assembly when Brian was hired. Brian, came in when we were in real need of a high quality attorney. And over those few years, I had the opportunity to work with Brian, see how he worked with the staff at the city. And I just can't say enough thanks and recognition for the job he's done. A true public servant, as I think we're all aware, who has given so much to the city and to the people of Sitka. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize and thank him as he moves into retirement, and wish you well.
Anyone else under persons to be heard? Seeing none, that'll bring us to consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item A, the minutes for the February 8th and February 13th assembly meetings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, Sarah?
Right, on the motion to approve the consent agenda, Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
and Mr. Celine.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item A.
Item B, please.
I move to reappoint Justin Peeler to a 3-year term on Port and Harbors Commission and appoint Joanne Huff to an unexpired term on the Tree and Landscape Committee.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to reappoint and appoint those individuals. Is there any public comment?
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. This is on item B with appointments. I will always get up to say thank you to those individuals who offer their time and expertise to the city. Mr. Peeler has been in Sitka for 12 years. He's a lifelong fisherman. And he's also, I believe, currently the president of the board of NSERA. And for those who love 990s, go look up NSERA's 990. Interesting document. And so I think he will be an excellent fit. And I think he was on there before in some manner. So that's Ports and Harbor. The next is Joanne Huff, is appointed to Tree and Landscape. She's been in residence in Sitka for 40 years. She's a CPA. She had her own independent business, doing tax returns and all those other good things that keep us all out of jail. I might even attend a Tree and Landscape meeting if she allows me to bring my W-2 and some other documents. Maybe we can make an arrangement here. But again, thank you to Mr. Peeler and Ms. Huff for stepping up, and it's appreciated. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on the reappointment and appointment? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to reappoint Mr. Peeler to the Port and Harbors Commission and Joanne to the Tree and Landscape Committee, Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
and Mr. Mosher.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item B.
Thank you. That'll bring us to new business item C, please.
I move to approve resolution 2024-08 on first and final reading, increasing cruise ship tender and security fees for 2024, 25, and 26.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-08. John, I understand Stan has an introduction.
Good evening, Stan Elias, new harbor master. So it's that time of year again, the cruise lines are reaching out to my department, inquiring about what the tender and security fees will be for this season. And at our last commission meeting, which was February 15th, the commission elected to raise the fees by 10% for this season, as well as 2025 and 2026. This is, again, it's for their budgeting purposes, and it also helps us along with office staff for cutting the invoices and having them prepared now as opposed to during the busy summer months. And we're also able to capture some additional revenue prior to the new fiscal year. And on the fiscal note, I erred. If you can see, there's the you look at the let's see here. Additional revenue prior to new fiscal year. As an example, I wrote down $11,831. That's actually for the entire season, as well as the $4,741. That's for the security fees. That's for the entire season. So I apologize for that. But we're looking at projected revenue for the combined fees for this upcoming season will be $182,000. Any questions?
If we have questions, we can call you back up after public comment. But I thank you for that clarification that it's not fiscal year. It is a calendar year increase. So appreciate that. Thank you. Is there any public comment on resolution 24-08?
Good evening, Richard Ween. This is kind of an interesting resolution because it is There are some questions. I've dealt with these before and certainly support raising fees to deal with our increased costs in both tender and dock maintenance and everything. So there's no problem with that. No problem with the 10%. It's going to be $1,690 per day for a ship, and $677 per day for security. But all of a sudden, some questions came to me, and that is the Halibut Point organization subject to these same security fees? And do they have to pay, I'll say, quote, tender fees? Now, we're not talking chicken tenders. We're talking about the type of tenders that bring people from boat to dock. Now, they're dock, but there's an interesting conundrum, and conundrum means confusion. There's an interesting conundrum for me that I had heard that a certain town organization, in order to reduce the road traffic, will be taking some of their vessels and bringing people from the Halibut Point dock to downtown city. Now, since in this particular resolution, there are no definitional things, they don't even define what a vessel is, and they don't define what a tender is. I know what a tender is. We all have a notion, but when you get down to legal stuff, you don't. So the bottom line is, if they perform that service going from Halibut Point to the city docks, is that charged? What's the fee? Is it just like a recreational boat and they do it for free, only the passengers pay, or do we get something? So I have a few questions here. And really, I think they need to be answered. Does the Halibut Point dock have to pay security fees? Because I know they're on the, they need to be secure. Anyone transported from Halibut Point dock to the city dock, is that under the tender fees? And so if not, in essence, you're just punishing those people who decide to park their boats out in the bay here, and et cetera. And I believe in equal taxation. So what I'd like you to do is to try to answer these questions for me. I think they're reasonable. And I would like to thank you very much.
Anyone else on the resolution? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve resolution 2024-08 on first and final reading, Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 on item C.
Item D, please.
I move to approve a successive land lease between the city and borough of Sitka and the state of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the Sitka Airport, and authorize the municipal administrator to execute the document.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a lease between the city and borough of Sitka and DOT. John, you have an introduction?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So in late last year, we came forward with the issue about proceeding with the grant for the airport improvement project and how that was kind of tied to the lease. You were presented with a draft lease, and I got that general direction to move forward. We had to work on a few issues that were still hanging out there with the lease, one of them being the collection of concessions, the FAA required concessions. I had some concerns with us collecting the concessions and then remitting them to the state. So I had asked if we could modify the lease, that if we're required to collect the concessions, could we keep them in a special account here in the airport fund, and then use that for our own airport building instead of spreading it out to the rest of the airport. And we were able to work that issue out. So the only change from the draft that you saw late last year and this current draft is those concessions have now been allowed to stay within the Sitka's airport terminal fund.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on item 24-027?
Been through my name is Richard Ween, been through the lease previously at the assembly. It seems, according to the memo, there really is only changes within the concession area. One of the concerns was that would the concessions, based on these new state leasing kind of things, be actually able to afford living there and earning their living? And that was a question. But now the city will be in charge of collecting these funds. And my question is, will the funds that are being collected in any way be utilized to, I'll say, help ensure healthy concession business? And that may mean if there are excessive fees, that maybe somehow they can receive a rebate or a discount for performance. I'd hate to see the nugget go the way of the world. And I think the 49 store, I don't know how much they sell, but these kind of things and new lease agreement may make it very difficult for them to stay. But then again, I think having a jewelry store at the airport might be a very, very good thing. And, you know, people doing impulse buys before they leave. And as a closing statement, nothing screams rural designation than a bigger, better airport. I think that we're going to be a real tuned in rural designee here. So I think that's wonderful. So thank you very much.
Is there any other public comment on item 24-27? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Tor?
Yeah, I mean, I know we have to do this. I mean, we've spent a bunch of time going over this. I'm not gonna, but I think it needs to be said that we don't have a whole lot of choice, and we're being forced into this. And there's a lot of aspects of this that I'm not crazy about. But we don't, the only alternative is to give the building back to the state and have them run it like they run the ferry service, which is not ideal. So, you know, I know that as we go through this, there's going to be some complaining about stuff. And my answer to that is me too. So it is what it is. And I don't like it, but they've got us over a barrel.
John?
Just like to add a few important points with this lease. This is pretty much step one. Once this master lease agreement is in place, then we'll still need to move ahead with reestablishing, renegotiating the subleases that are there. And I'm probably way oversimplifying this, but in the FAA's eyes, this is an airport with the intent to move air traffic in and out. So there are some requirements around subleases. There's aeronautical and there's non-aeronautical subleases. You are not allowed to charge non-aeronautical subleases less than the aeronautical subleases. So they have to be whatever Alaska Airlines, Delta, whatever their lease rate is, the non-aeronautical lease rates have to be at or above that rate that the airline is charged. And if another airline ever decides to come in, priority space has to be given to them. So it can operate as an airport. So just having that information moving forward. Also in this lease, we still have not taken over any lease of the parking lot. We've talked about that before. There's still a lot of work to be done there. My discussions with the state is if they would like to explore how they'd like to manage that lot, and if they're able to set up a working system, then we would entertain that option in the future. But right now, the lot still remains under the control of the state. Thanks.
Kevin?
Well, for me, there's not really much to say. We've already talked this over at length. But I did want to add a thank you to John and whoever else was involved with helping negotiate that added bonus of having, allowing us to keep the concessions. Thank you.
Anything further from the assembly? Sarah?
All right, on the motion to approve the lease between the city and borough of Sitka and Alaska Department of Transportation for the Sitka Airport, Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
and Mr. Mosher.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 on item D.
Item E, so this is a discussion direction decision on authorizing the municipal administrator to execute a memorandum of understanding between the city and borough of Sitka and city and borough of Juneau regarding assistance to firefighters grant program. We have our fire chief here tonight to introduce this item and then potential motions tonight if the assembly is desirous of.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the assembly. First of all, my apologies. Mr. Leach has made it abundantly clear he hates these last minute items. And I'm sure the assembly is not happy to see a last minute item also. It ended up in my junk mail, quarantined. And I found out about it literally Tuesday morning, and I've been trying to catch up ever since. So there is a grant program through FEMA, the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, that is very hard for individual municipalities to get funding on, but much easier for regions to get the funding through. We have done this before. We did it with our air packs at the fire department. It was about $750,000 throughout all of Southeast Alaska. Basically, what I'm asking for here is, as long as Brian obviously vets the MOU, that John can enter into the MOU before March 6th, so that I can leverage money that's already in my operating budget to turn one radio into 10 or 2 radios into 20, hopefully up to 4 into 40. That's what I'm asking for here. It's a 10% match grant. The matching funds will be paid directly to the city and borough of Juneau because they will be the requesting agency under the grant. That's it in a nutshell.
Any questions for our fire chief while he's up here? You must have explained it perfectly.
I guess I got one. So you said
98%.
that you've done, sorry, that we've done something like this in the past. Did that go smoothly and happy with the way it turned out? So you're going to have to beg my pardon on this because I wasn't the chief at the time and COVID times have been leaving us all a little foggy in the brain. I actually contacted Dave Miller, the former fire chief, to ask about the details and how it went, and he couldn't remember either. All we can remember is that we ended up with the air packs. I wish I had a better explanation. I just don't. He was giving me a nod back there, so.
Oh, is he back there?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, he's back there giving a nod, so.
I can actually answer that if you want.
Yeah.
But, well, I've dealt with this as well in my day job. And we're EMS and sometimes mass casualty, and it's very similar. Juneau has been taking the lead on kind of applying for these grants and for everybody. And it's been really nice working with them. And I've gotten radios for people, and first of all, I can tell you how much radios for fire departments cost. If you're used to going down and buying one at LFS, it ain't that. So they're very expensive. And I've gotten a fair amount of equipment for EMS through a similar program with them. And so I actually Juneau's not doing it out of the good of this of their hearts. They're getting stuff too, but they're allowing us to piggyback on their work, and so it's really nice. So I think we should do this.
I just have a question. Usually when you do a grant, of course, there's some sort of administrative fee. Are they expecting something from us on that as well? Or are they covering that out of their portion of the grant?
Yeah, the only thing in the MOU that they have requested is the 10% federal match that's required. They have not, there's nothing in there for them to get an administrative fee.
Along those same lines, John, if we accept something like this, there's undoubtedly going to be a component of accounting for the grant. Do we have capacity within our accounting department right now to go forward with this?
My general opinion is yes, because again, we're not going to be managing the grant. Juneau is going to be managing the grant, and it's within our existing budget. So it wouldn't even need to come forward as another appropriation. We'd be able to use operating funds to provide that match money and get the radios purchased, but there would be no grant management on our part. Juneau would take that on.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the cost of accounting wasn't greater than the cost of just buying the radios straight out. And then Brian, it was indicated that this has not yet been vetted. Considering that Anchorage, Fairbanks, Haines, Seward, Skagway, amongst other places have jumped on board, I don't anticipate any legal risk with this. But is there anything that you can think of off the top of your head that should raise alarm with us that we should look at, or is it probably going to be a straightforward legal review?
I haven't seen it yet, but exactly for the exact reasons that you're saying, this is one of those things that, you know, there's no reason to be an outlier for these things. All these other, we'll take advantage of their reviews. If I have any questions, I'll probably call up one of the other municipal attorneys on it real quickly. And I'm glad I know about this today, because I'll make sure I have time to fit it in, Craig.
Appreciate that.
No
Kevin?
concern.
So can we approve this contingent upon Brian finishing legal review? Okay, do we need to make a motion to that effect, or with this?
Yeah, if the assembly's ready to make a motion, I would just add to it contingent on legal review.
Go ahead, if you want to do it, or, all right. I move to direct the municipal administrator to execute when available an MOU or a memorandum of understanding between the city and borough of Sitka and the city and borough of Juneau, enabling the CBJ to seek assistance to firefighters grant funding on behalf of the city and borough of Sitka, contingent on a legal review by the city attorney.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this MOU. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween. This, of course, is a very good idea. Any way we can leverage this type of thing to reduce our costs. The radio is a P25, and for those people who like to Google stuff, look up Motorola P25 or any of your favorite radios. It's very neat, and especially for emergency type things, it has a lot of handy features. So this is good. The 10%, the first thing I think of is 10% for the big guy, but that never happens. And this is a good thing. So it also reminds me of a song from Dire Straits: money for nothing, radios for free. And in this case, I agree. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on the MOU? Any further assembly deliberation? I just want to thank the assembly for putting in that part about legal review. That was actually pretty important to me, so I'm glad we have that in there. Sarah?
Right, on the motion to approve the MOU contingent on legal review by the municipal attorney, Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
and Ms. Carlson.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item E.
Thank you. For these next two items, the assembly does have to sit as a Board of Appeals. Before we form as a Board of Appeals, I'd like to take a brief recess, and then we can come back and finish our last two items tonight. All right, the assembly is seated, so we'll jump back into our proceedings tonight. For these next two items, item F and item G, for the assembly's purpose, tonight we are going to be sitting as a quasi judicial board of appeals. So we are to hear the facts in front of us and make a ruling off of that. While this does not require an official motion to go into a board of appeals like a board of equalization does, I am here to inform you now that you are sitting as a board of appeals on these next two items. Brian also has some procedural advice for us this evening for a couple of the things that I didn't cover. And then we also have the steps of the hearing in front of us. We've done similar appeals in front of the assembly using the same format. However, this is the first appeal of a public records request that I can remember since I've served. So, Brian, if you have some procedural advice for us.
I do. I am going to be referring to that handout that the clerk provided you with the step 1, step 2, and step 3 on. So and in my 8-year tenure as a municipal attorney, we've had 2 public records appeals, and now we have 2 more here tonight. So that tells you about the anomaly of what we're doing. Let me point out, give you some context here of what you're doing. CBS has what's called the Public Records Act. And the Public Records Act is mandated by state statute. The Public Records Act appears in our newly overhauled code in chapter 1.21. Good job, Sarah. And I'm not going to say anything but the bare minimum here because it's simple. Public records from a municipality are open to inspection by the public under certain rules. And the rules are important. So we have a proper dissemination of those public records. And that also the few exceptions that may apply are looked at before we disclose those records. The municipality is different than private businesses or you privately. You don't have to, private people and private businesses don't have to disclose their records. But we as a governmental governing body and a governmental organization, a municipality, have this obligation. And I can tell you that your staff takes it very seriously. The code says that also that when a request is, and the word in the code is refused, the requester may appeal. Now here, on the 2 appeals, what you're going to find out is that the request wasn't refused, is that we just looked at what the request was, didn't find any responsive documents, and the requester was told the documents could not be located or did not exist. And that is common. That's what happens, okay? Mr. Cranford appealed both of these requests to the municipal administrator. And that's what our code provides. It provides an appeal process that says, first, if you get a response that you're not happy with, you appeal to the municipal administrator, and then the municipal administrator looks at the circumstances and makes a decision. Then if you're unhappy with, as a requester, you're unhappy with the municipal administrator's decision, you appeal to the assembly. And that's where we find ourselves today. And Mr. Cranford has appealed to the municipal administrator, was denied anything. And I'll speak to that in the defense of our departments later on about why we did that. And now we're here at the assembly. So at each stage of these processes, the requester in a Public Record Act is given the opportunity to provide materials, evidence, testimony, argument to the municipal administrator to why he thinks that he should have been responded to differently. And the same thing at the previous ones, the appeals to the municipal administrator were ignored. There was no evidence, there was no argument, there was no testimony presented to him. It was just, so our municipal administrator was forced to then just say, denied, go forward. And now we're at an appeal to you assembly. Now, the code does not provide procedural requirements. It is silent on that. And this happens a lot in our code where we see administrative appeals to the assembly. There's no procedure, there's no requirement. So it usually is fallen on me to craft some kind of reasonable due process. We're always looking at that legal word phrase, due process, to make sure that our requester has the opportunity to be heard, to present testimony and argument and evidence about his case, and do it in a fashion that's reasonable, and also giving the city the right to respond to those things. And that's what we have here on your sheet. Step 2 is that simple process that, the appellant first starts it all out. And I won't go over the list, but that's what we'll be following here tonight. That due process. It gives the parties the opportunity to present evidence and to cross-examine the witnesses of the other parties and to make argument doing. And the assembly can ask questions too of any one of the parties of, I'm going to represent the city. Mr. Cranford is going to represent himself, I understand. But you can ask questions of him and me or anybody we bring in front of you for that matter. Mr. Cranford has the burden in both of these cases and the burden is preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not that whatever he's requesting us to do change. So once the evidence and argument is complete, then the assembly deliberates, and you can do so right here. You can just talk about it. You could go into executive session if you want. At this stage, I am not recommending that you go into executive session. And then once you've done your deliberations in public, if you'd like, then you make a decision to grant the appeal and make directions under it, deny the appeal, or you may find circumstances where you'd want to continue the hearing to take more evidence at another time. So at that point, that's the procedurally contextual overlay that I wanted you to be aware of before you started your process. If you have any questions about the procedure part of it, I'd be glad to answer them right now, or try to anyways.
Thank you for that overview, Brian. I think it gets us all on the same page. Does the Board of Appeals have any procedural questions for our attorney at this point?
I do.
Please.
So Brian, if I'm looking at this, because I don't want to interrupt people while they're giving their presentation, you or Mr. Cranford, but if we do have questions, will that be during the deliberation by the assembly?
Well, frankly, it's your prerogative. I mean, I think you should try to be courteous.
Yeah, so I want to give them their time, but if I have a question,
right,
I don't want
and
to
then you may
interrupt
want to
them.
extend their time if your questions take them out, either of us out of our time limits. And I can tell you right
Okay.
now, I won't need the 10 minutes. So.
Kevin, for this one, I would ask that we give both the appellant and the attorney their full time to give their presentation. If we have questions after that that are in excess of the time, that's our time at that point.
Okay.
And we can ask questions at the end of their presentation.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Anything else from the Board of Appeals before the process begins? Great, thank you. So tonight we are seated as a Board of Appeals to hear the appeal filed by Austin Cranford on December 19th, 2023, that his public records records don't exist or cannot be located. I would open up the floor to the appellant, Mr. Cranford, for his presentation of evidence to the board.
Good evening, Assembly, members of the public. My name is Austin Cranford. On December 19th, 2023, I filed a records request requesting any records, reports, complaints, allegations of corruption, forgery, nepotism, or other corrupt practice made against any city department, city employee, or elected official. I also attached a document stating what corrupt practices mean coming from the Department of Justice. On January 10th, I was informed by the clerk's office that my records could not be located and requested an appeal to the administrator, specifically citing nepotism as one of them, as at the time, to my knowledge, the police chief's daughter was working under the police chief, which is classified as nepotism. There was the Whittier and Girdwood contract back in March, who Lieutenant Gene Ashay, brother, works for those departments, which is classified as nepotism. And then there had been allegations of forgery and corruption by members of the public made to me, showing me the documents that they had filed with the city. And I had requested those records. I said I had CC'd both the legal department and administrator. If any of the information is false, to please let me know. Leach responded asking what specifically I was looking for on January 11th. I specifically mentioned the previously mentioned Lieutenant Ashay and chief nepotism cases, mentioned the documents that I had seen from members of the public, and cited a definition from the Alaska Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development, Division of Community and Regional Affairs, which stated the main reason for having a conflict of interest policy is to prevent an elected official, appointed officer, or municipal employee from using his or her office or official position for the primary purpose of financial gain for himself, herself, or for their spouse, child, mother, father, or business with which they are associated or own stocks in. Financial benefit includes accepting gifts, money, promises of future benefits, or any other thing of value for performing any function or service that is a normal part of his or her duties, or in exchange for voting or acting in any particular way on any matter that comes before him or her in the course of her duties. I was informed that the records still did not exist, at which point I cited the retention schedule, which was located on the cityofsitka.com website in a PDF format. I noticed when I went to receive it this afternoon that that requested resource could no longer be found. I actually received a 404 error, but luckily I had managed to maintain the entire schedule that was there prior to it being removed from the server. In each case, there was multiple mentions, I believe about 11. Complaint appears 21 times in this document, and it says that the documents have to be held for about 5 to 10 years, depending on the type of document. So according to the city's own paperwork, these documents should exist. The documents that I have seen filed by citizens that are correspondence, emails, complaint forms. So either the citizens filled out these forms and never submitted them to the city, or the city is hiding documents, has destroyed documents, or never filed them correctly and retained them correctly. Thank you.
Does the Board of Appeals have any questions for the appellant at this point?
Yes.
Please.
So these requests of these documents, where are they? Because the only request I see of the clerk is this one presented to us, and there's no specific document that you asked for. You just asked for this broad, I want forgery, nepotism, corruption documents.
So within the request, it mentioned any city department, city employee, or elected official. The reason these are so broad is that when members of the public approach me, they are afraid of retaliation either from the city officials, or members of the public. I attempted to have some of these citizens come forth, but they had refused to come forth at this meeting. They said the only way they would come forth is if they were subpoenaed within a court of law, which I will pursue if this appeal fails.
So you didn't give our clerks a specific direction to look?
The specific direction was any corrupt practices with the attached document. Any complaint of bribery, influence peddling, forgery, like that's any complaint across anywhere in the city. That's a pretty, yes, it's broad, but it's broad in a specific section of, hey, if any complaints have been made of these crimes, I want the documents. It doesn't matter if it's the legal department, the clerk's office, the harbor. It doesn't matter. If the document exists, the document should have been provided.
Follow-on question. So, yeah, it's my understanding that some sort of kind of narrowness down should be required, and your thing is just so broad. How is someone supposed to find that information? I mean, that's like somehow search everything and every document for these things. And the request for corruption, the request doesn't make sense to me.
And that was not why it was denied. It wasn't denied on it doesn't make sense to me. It was, we can't find the records. According to the municipal attorney, these records are digitally filed. Having worked in the federal government, in the military, and currently work for a quasi-state agency, our databases are also digital. It takes me about 5 to 10 minutes to search the entire database with keywords.
So you think the city and borough of Sitka could key in a couple words real quick and pull up something?
Yes, if your documents are filed in a way that makes sense, according to your own records retention schedule, you should be able to put in bribery, influence peddling, forgery, nepotism, corrupt practice. You should be able to plug those into a database search, and it should search the entire database and pull any records where that word even appears.
So you're saying you should. You're assuming that our software has the capability of doing that.
That's not my responsibility. If the records exist, they're supposed to be provided. It's not my fault if the city has a defunct, malfunctioning database. If the record is there, it should be provided.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I do have a question for you as well. So you say that you've seen documents that include some of the things you're looking for. So why have we not been shown those documents in order to further our search? Why can't you name a date? Why can't you name a timeline? Why can't you name a department that they came from? Anything to help us narrow this down in order for us to help you receive those documents.
I did name certain places. In fact, one will come up in the next appeal. I mentioned certain departments, certain places, and certain times. However, the information is restricted in such a way that if somebody were to go back through my records request, they could not hunt down who gave me that information. That information is being specifically crafted by me to avoid the assembly, city attorney, city employees from going, who had access to this information at this time and who could have possibly given it to Cranford. I'm specifically omitting those details so that people don't get retaliated against.
So they're speculative.
No, they're not speculative because the files exist.
Then can you provide proof to me, please?
Again, they refuse to come forward. I've seen the files. They said they filed the documents with the city.
So without evidence, it's speculative.
Under the current basis, in a court of law at discovery, the records would arrive. However, I am trying to avoid doing that if at all possible. I can't.
Great, thank you. So you've told me that you don't have any more details at this time that are going to help us get you any of the records. Thank you.
Question for
Tor?
I guess I looked at this and went, I don't know how you, I mean, I don't understand why if you were saying at least say have there been any complaints against the police chief or any complaints against the head local department? So at least narrowing it down and like, and there's no, I just don't see how anybody could find anything with this request. And so I don't understand why you didn't at least say who the complaints you thought were against, or, you know, or what, roughly what time frame it was. And so, I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't have done that. And, you know, what constitutes a complaint? Is an angry email a complaint? You know, I mean, it's extremely vague. And I don't understand why you wouldn't just, I mean, why you wouldn't put at least some detail so they could narrow it down.
Any other questions for the appellant from the Board of Appeals at this point? Thank you. We'll call you back up for your rebuttal.
Thank you. Let me just start this out, but really quickly saying that when the clerk's office that is assisted by the legal department looks at a public records request, we look strictly to the request being made in the public records request itself. We look at the plain, if it is at all plain, meaning of the language of the request. And I'm going to turn immediately to our clerk, who will tell you what was done for Mr. Cranford in looking for the information that he requested. And before she starts, I want to remind you what this request says. And you need to look carefully. He talks about corrupt practice, and he has a list of things that he considers corrupt practice. And in fact, he provides a definitional document about corrupt practice. And he goes, corrupt practice made against any city employee. So in other words, we're looking for documents that would show complaints against a city employee for a corrupt practice. So with that in mind, Sarah, why don't you tell the assembly what the clerk's office did to look for the documents for Mr. Cranford?
All right. Thank you, Brian. So when the clerk's office received this request, a few of us actually worked together to try and determine exactly what information was being requested and the departments which might have those records. The deputy clerk forwarded Mr. Cranford's request to Human Resources, myself and the legal department, HR and myself. We looked for documents that we felt might fulfill the request and notified the deputy clerk that there were in fact no records that were responsive to the request. So the deputy clerk, she sent the request along with email responses from HR and myself to the legal department, stating that there were no records responsive to the request and that the public records request form would be marked as such. Legal reviewed that and confirmed, and then we contacted Mr. Cranford.
Was IT involved in this particular one?
They were not.
Okay, it was the other one that IT
Correct.
was involved,
Yep.
involved with it. What's the normal did that follow the normal protocol?
Well, our general process for processing requests, records request, our deputy clerk is responsible for managing all public records requests that are received. You know, we get those in person, fax, email. So Jess reviews the request. If she has any questions, she'll check with me to make sure that we're in fact that we understand what the requester is looking for and that we forward it to the appropriate department or departments. So we receive the request, route it to the appropriate departments, and then also determine if if an email search is needed in that. So there's multiple departments at times that are notified. CBS has 10 business days to respond to the request. So the deputy clerk throughout this process is tracking who has received the request, what records are coming back. And then once we get any records back, we provide those to the legal department along with the initial request. Legal reviews it, redacts any information that's required to be redacted. And then those records are then in turn given back to the deputy clerk, and then she releases those to the requester.
So in this particular case, Mr. Cranford's request was told that there was either none located or none we could find
That's correct.
for responsive to this particular request, correct?
Correct.
And then he was given notice of his right to appeal that
Correct.
and appeal to the municipal administrator?
That's right.
And was he also told that he could submit information or evidence to the municipal administrator and even meet with the municipal administrator, correct?
Correct.
And
Or
did
bring
Mr.
witnesses.
Did Mr. Cranford provide any any written materials, anything?
He did not.
Did he ask for a meeting with Mr.?
No, he didn't.
Okay, and then then Mr. Leach then made a decision, which was denied it, and then he was told of that decision, correct?
He was.
And then Mr. Cranford then requested an appeal to this office, right?
That's right.
And was he given notice that he could provide written materials prior to these proceedings?
Yes, he
You know,
was.
and he could bring witnesses here today
Yes,
for that, and he has done none of that, has he?
that's right.
Okay, you know, you need to look to the letter of the request. It is overly broad. There was no follow-up on the initial public records request on the appeal. No follow-up before these proceedings. No materials provided. And we're just now learning by this statement of hearsay and these allegations of potential retaliation, which are, you know, frankly, Assembly, are ridiculous. You know, I take it personally as an affront to our hardworking staff who takes the position with regard to the public records request extremely seriously. That is a big part of the clerk's office job, is responding to public records requests. We deal with them all the time. We know what the obligation that we have to our citizens, and we try to work with our citizens, not against them. We don't try to hide anything in these proceedings. And I feel like that the process is being abused here. That Mr. Cranford has decided to hide the ball, not come to the clerk's office or to the municipal administrator or to me with any, and he just has this overbroad request, and he wants a forum so he can get up here and make these unfounded allegations of corruption within the city. And it just shouldn't be allowed to stand. You need to deny this appeal, and you need to send a message to Mr. Cranford that citizens need to communicate with our offices. They need to work with us. We're working for the public, and we want to work for you. We want to provide you those records. And if you provide us with more specific information and a better crafted request, we will get you that information. We take it seriously. We're public servants. We want to do the right thing. We're not all sitting up in City Hall looking for some reason to be corrupt and to hide and to be non-transparent on this whole process. So, you know, this is an abuse of the process. And like I said, I've only been in on these twice in my 8-year career, and both times they had to do with exceptions. Both times they had to do with someone concerned about a confidentiality exception that were legitimate. But we don't have a legitimate thing to even talk about here. We have someone just coming up here and saying, corruption, retaliation, I heard it on the streets, you guys need to provide me information. And send a message to Mr. Cranford to work with your good, hardworking staff in the future if he has more costs. I mean, we've gotten 14 public records requests from Mr. Cranford since September of last year. Unprecedented amount of work that we've had to do in these cases. And you'll hear more about this in the second appeal, about the amount of time we've had to spend on this one and the other one too, and ones to come. So deny the appeal. Let's move on. Thank you.
Does the Board of Appeals have any questions for Brian Hansen? Kevin?
So Brian, you're saying Mr. Cranford has submitted 14 since September, public records request?
By my count, yeah.
And that's, okay, that's what I have for the questions.
Brian, you did speak to the time spent on this, on these. Do you have an estimate of the time spent on this item looking for these records?
I know we have a time for the second appeal. I don't know if we have one for this one. If I'll turn to the clerk's office for that.
I would say we probably have maybe 5 hours on this one.
5 hours on this one. So we
Yeah.
spent almost a full workday looking into this item, and that was
And multiple people.
one staff or several
Multiple.
staff
Multiple.
members.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then actually, if there's several people working on it, that's more than an 8-hour day. Thank you.
Any other questions for Brian Hansen? Thank you. Mr. Cranford, you have a 5-minute opportunity for response or clarifying statement.
Hello again, my name is Austin Cranford. I do want to point out that Brian mentions time. Time is specifically mentioned in these public request forms. There's actually a tax and charge portion of this form to charge citizens for when the time is excessive to find these documents. I don't believe the time was excessive because there's no charge on either of these documents. As for not following up, I sent email after email to the city administrator about what I was specifically looking for, why I was looking for it, and what documents I had seen. I mentioned I had seen the documents in the email on January 11th and January 24th. Both were mentioned. It was the same time that I brought up the city schedule retention plan for documents. So the fact that the city attorney is going here and going, no, nothing was mentioned, everything was mentioned, I can only provide so much. Also, as for the city doesn't retaliate against people, you had 2 lawsuits from the police department about retaliation. One officer shot and killed himself because he was being retaliated against by the city after
Sir,
he
I'd
won
like
his
to remind you,
lawsuit.
you're here to talk about this appeal. You're not here to talk about anything outside of the appeal.
This is
you
regarding the
will-
appeal, Mayor.
You will lower your voice. You're not going to yell at this Board of Appeals. If you continue to yell at this Board of Appeals, I will discontinue this hearing.
It is in regards to the appeal, Mayor, because the city attorney claims that there has been no retaliation. Yet we have 3 cases that I just named off the top of my head that show retaliation. It might not be the whole city. It might not even be a majority of the city, but it's happening enough that it's a problem. And that's why we're looking for the documents. I thank Sarah for her work, but people are saying and showing documentation that documents were submitted to the city. Also, let's point out that the city attorney never said the documents didn't exist. He said, oh, it's overly broad. Overly broad is not a reason to deny a request. No one has gone in here and said, oh, the documents don't exist. So are you denying it because it's overly broad, or are you denying it because the documents don't exist? Regarding something that will come up in the second appeal, I actually have hard paper copies of documents that were sent to me that I know the city received because it's correspondence, they're emails, and those documents were not given to me when other documents were not given to me. So now the city also has a history of not providing all the documentation, even when the documents are provided. So the city attorney and the city can sit here and go, oh, we don't retaliate, oh, we don't hide records, but there's proof. I have it. It sits here. If we want to take it to court and have a judge rule on it, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and be told that I'm wrong when everything that I see in front of me says that that is not true. Thank you.
Questions for the appellant on his response? Kevin?
So, Mr. Cranford, Mr. Hanson, and I believe Sarah have indicated that you have not taken them up on the ability to meet with Sarah, Ryan, or even the administrator. Is that correct?
Technically, yes, because I was out of city for part of it. And then for the past 2 weeks, I have been sick to the point that I was not able to legally drive. In fact, I was cleared by the Search Hospital last Friday because I was legally blind because of an infection. So I could not meet with the city clerk or the city administrator because it was not physically possible to do so. And I mentioned that in my email to Sarah.
Scott,
Let me
I'm
get
sorry.
this straight. So the paperwork that people showed you that they filed into the city for retaliation or corruption, that didn't come up. You were expecting to see the city had those, that your informants or your marginalized people put in a complaint. And then you asked to see everything in a broad sense. And one of those broad senses would cover what you saw turned in as paperwork, but then nothing has been brought forward. That's what you're saying, that marginalized citizens have put paperwork in and you wanted to see it of being accepted from the city and look at the history or building up a preponderance of these, errors. Is that what you're saying? That
Yes, that's correct. I saw the documents, and if the documents have been submitted to the city, which according to them it has been, then the city should hand those documents over when the documents are requested.
and those people are afraid to come here with you to say, hey, we handed stuff in and this guy's, proceeding, trying to find service for us. And then, but they haven't come forward and said, hey, we submitted stuff and the city's done nothing about it.
That's correct. Some of them said they would be willing to come forward if they were subpoenaed, but that they would not come forward unless they were subpoenaed.
So, how do we, who has to subpoena them? How does that?
That would be if we essentially that would be if we went to court. Basically, if this appeal failed, that was the only way they would come forward, is if we went in front of a legal court and the judge ordered them to appear.
And they could still be retaliated then.
And I did mention that to them, but some of them do believe that the retaliation, at least if it happens, I guess at that point, it's on a legal record. I mentioned that, like, their names are going to come up in a public hearing at court, but I can't force somebody to appear in front of the assembly. I can't force walk somebody in here, unfortunately. Like, if I could get all of the people to come before this board, that would be great. This would be over, but I can't.
Yeah, I'm just still not on the same. I'm not making sense to me. These people, if you're their crusader, I don't understand why they're not here. And if, we're going to go to another court and with the subpoena, I don't know, why couldn't they just be sitting right there and say, hey, there's missing paperwork. Here's my receipt for submitting it. It's like, I'm at a loss. This is trippy. I'm having a hard time figuring out where the issue is. There's nobody with you other than you saying bribery, nepotism, you know what I'm saying? And then, so thank you.
Dor?
Yeah, so my question is, if you know about supposedly these complaints, why didn't you just say complaints against X, against this person? And so they know where to look. I mean, if you seem to be talking about the police chief, any complaints against the police chief for these kinds of things? And were they put in anonymously? Because an anonymous complaint is absolutely worthless. I mean, it's not really a complaint. It has to come from somebody. So, I mean, I don't understand why you didn't say complaints against this person over the last year. Because the other problem with this is that it doesn't have a time span, so they could find something from 1935. And it would meet this. So it, you know, I mean, why didn't you say who the complaints were against so they could find it?
So the reason I didn't specify who the complaints were against is because it was one against multiple people, not just the police chief. He just happens to be one of the ones that was brought up in this particular manner. As for the 1993 comment, according to y'all's retention calendar, the longest y'all would keep those records is maybe 4 or 5 years. So we're looking at maybe 2019 at the latest. It should not be that hard to find complaints. It's a pretty digitized database. I'm sure they all go to HR. If they're there, I don't know how they're not found. Even if it was you mentioned anonymous complaints. Even if it was an anonymous complaint, that's a complaint and I should have received that record. Sure, we can argue back and forth that they don't hold water because there's no name attached to them, but it was still a complaint and it would have still fallen underneath this request.
So I would agree with you. It should not be hard to find these records if they existed. So far, you presented no additional evidence to this board that any of those records exist. But yet you sit there and you tell us that you hold records in your hand, you hold emails in your hand. Why haven't you provided any of this further evidence to this board?
As mentioned previously, I was not able to provide evidence due to illness and being out of town. And I have not brought up the one that I have in hand because it is part of the upcoming appeal. And I'm trying to minimize cross-referencing the appeal process.
Okay, so you said you were able to drive again on Friday?
That is correct.
So you had an entire weekend to gather evidence for this appeal?
That is not technically correct. I mean, I had to have the information in by last Wednesday. Actually, I believe, correct, Sarah? Yes, Sarah mentioned last Wednesday that this information would have had to have been in.
And there's nothing that you could give us right now that shows any further evidence that these records exist?
Not regarding this appeal. It would be a part of the second appeal.
Are you familiar with the whistleblower protections?
I am, in fact,
Great,
yes.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Thank you. Brian, you have 5 minutes for a response or clarifying statement.
You know, the assembly needs to look at the plain meaning of the request. It's as simple as that. I mean, he's asked for this broad, any records of complaints of, he calls them corrupt practices. The response to Mr. Cranford was, he looked closely at the document. There's a box down below. It says, and I don't have my readers with me right now, but it's either we cannot locate or they do not exist. So we looked for these documents and determined that either we couldn't find them or they do not exist. And they're responsive documents to this request. Now, this idea that we didn't spend this time on it because we didn't charge him a fee for it, if you look carefully at the code only allows us to charge for the time of the departments who are in their subordinates who are looking for these documents, the time of the clerk's office and the time of the legal department. You know, whether my assistant is reviewing emails or reviewing e-files for these documents, or in the time that I spent, we don't charge. The specific language of the code tells you that. So we could run up a lot of time in the clerk's office and a lot of time, and you'll hear about how much time we ran up in this other proceeding in our next case. Now the emails that Mr. Cranford referred to were the responsive emails for him requesting an appeal. And there was these loose references to, and again, it's hearsay, things that didn't provide any specific information that would make us want to expand our search. And what Mr. Cranford failed to do was to provide any specific evidence, any evidence that would convince us or the municipal administrator that there were some records out there that we could search for something like this. These claims of retaliation, you talk about the court cases. If he wants the records from the court cases, and again, they have nothing to do, those cases were filed 5, 6, 7 years ago, had nothing to do with Chief Beatty, who were here before we even hired Chief Beatty. And yeah, in those complaints, they talk about retaliation, but the specific document here doesn't talk about retaliation. It talks about corrupt practices. You know, this is all, you know, I've said my piece on this. It needs to be denied. And Mr. Cranford needs to be sent a message. You know, he can threaten us with lawsuits about this or whatever. You know, we'll take things as they come. But at this appeal, we need to stick to the process. Look at the public records request. Look at why it was denied and see whether or not Mr. Cranford has met his burden by showing some reason why there are records out there. He hasn't met that burden, so you should deny his appeal. Thank you.
Questions for the municipal attorney? You can.
Okay, question for Sarah. Mr. Cranford has indicated that he believes it's possible to go into your database and key in something like bribery or corruption, and these things will just pop up. Do you have that capability?
I can't speak to that. I don't, you know, IT does that search, and I know that they have a public records request tool as part of our software, but I haven't used it, so I can't answer.
But IT did work and did use the tools at their disposal and were not able to help or find anything.
Actually, that's for the second one.
Okay.
IT, I mean, we can, you know, go into our network drives and, you know, in the search bar at the top, we can type in.
Yeah, but that's different than.
But that's different. I mean, there's limitations to that.
That's not some sort of computer program where you
No,
just type it in and it
correct.
instantly generates all these
Yes,
things.
you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, I have a question because it did come up about payment for services. Can you explain to me why you feel that in this instance, Mr. Cranford should not be charged for his time over 1 hour as it indicates on the form?
Because the time over an hour was spent by people in the clerk's office and people in the legal department. And it has, I think the code speaks to that. If they doesn't, it's been our practice to not charge for our time. We're public servants. We do these things. But we do have under the code the right to charge people, and we do. We get public requests or comment. We have the department heads or their subordinates estimate the time it's going to take, and I can think of examples to do that. The building official gets requests to go deep dives into things sometimes, and we have to say, hey, what's it going to take for you to go find these really old records, you know, and they'll give us an estimate. And then the process is that the clerk's office takes that estimate, they go to the HR hourly rate that's attributed for wages and benefits, and then multiplies it times the number of hours and say that we need to get paid this amount of money before we're going to undertake this extensive research project. And our code provides a right for us to do that, as well as the state statutes provide that too.
Understood. If between now and our next appeal, if you had that code section, because I'm looking at 2 different code sections and I'm not quite seeing what you say that we should not charge for this. Right now I'm looking at something that says if you exceed 5 person hours in a calendar month, the department shall. So I'd just like a little more clarification on that if you can.
You know, we may need the clerk to chirp in on this too, because she may have some particular information about how, I mean, it's actually the clerk's office that makes these determinations and make these requests. In the legal department, I don't send out these these, I don't have people do these estimates. I don't send out an email or a letter to the requestor asking for these things. It's
Okay.
a clerk's office.
And I'm okay at the moment during this part of the deliberation. Any further questions for our municipal attorney? So that'll bring us to deliberation by the assembly. Is there a motion to go into executive session or any desire to go into executive session to deliberate this? So then we are open to a deliberation period by the Board of Appeals. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think to keep this nice and simple, I agree with Mr. Hanson as far as focusing on this actual form and what is said on it. And I think you can tell from many of the comments here that it is not clear enough. There's literally almost zero direction on where to find something. So it's basically an impossible request, and then to turn around and you know, move forward as far as they can up, you know, he did not meet. And that is, you know, he claims that he has reasons for that. But I would also say, while he was out of town, he could have arranged phone calls with phone call meetings. We live in an age of convenience. So he could have maybe not met in person, but he could have had a phone call with one of the three people, the attorney, the administrator, or the clerk, and he did not. So I'm not in favor of this at all. And I do agree that I think this is an abuse. And in the end, I believe, based on Mr. Crawford's actions now and other behaviors he's exhibited in this very room at persons to be heard, and his demeanor and the way he has been speaking and his accusations, I believe his intention is to have this fail and then go on to have a reason to try to sue the city. And so I think that is inevitable, because I don't think this is going to pass. Thank you.
Tor?
When I was reading this in our packet last week, and I looked at this, my first thought was, you could have made this to Tammany Hall, and if they'd have tried in good faith to respond to it, they wouldn't have been able to. And so I just don't see how, I mean, to me, the public record is like the meetings the minutes of a meeting, or a specific letter, or at least who the letter was from or who it was about. This would be impossible to respond to. And you can't give somebody something that doesn't exist. So, you know, this isn't something saying we have it, we're not going to give it to you. It's like, we don't have anything to give you. And so it's not like we can grant the appeal, because there's nothing to grant. So I agree, and Kevin kind of made some of my other points for me, but there's nothing to grant.
Chris?
I know when I first saw this item come up on our agenda, I actually reached out to Sarah and went, am I missing something? Is this it? Is this what you got presented? And she obviously said yes. I've made public records requests in the past, and the clerks are extremely good at it. You give them some sort of time frame, names to look at, man, they'll dig everything up and get you everything you want. One of the things I had them look up was honestly would have been kind of a hot button topic. And so to say that the city is trying to deflect anything that might be confrontational, I don't agree with that. I think they are professionals. They will dig up what you ask for and present it to you. You know, we are a semi-judicial body here. We've been given no evidence. The only supposed evidence is clear hearsay. And just with what we have been given, I I can't see accepting this appeal.
JJ?
I've been pretty quiet up until this point because I've just been waiting to get that evidence. I've been waiting to hear that argument. And I applaud my fellow Board of Appeal members to ask these questions to try to get at that point. But it has not happened. In the appellant's 5-minute response, he said at one point, I see it in front of me, this evidence, but it's not about what you see in front of you. It's about what we have in front of us. And it has not happened. And I don't wish to give this any more time.
Tim?
Yeah, Mr. Cranford, I'm also going to vote to deny the appeal because I do think the city has been responsive in this case. I read very carefully what was on that form as Brian has asked us to do. And, you know, I think it's my experience kind of with search engines is you get what you put in. And so I think in this case, if you take away something from this, it is that it's going to have to be a little more specific in order to be responsive. So it's my estimation that the city has responded and did not find what you asked for. And it may very well be the way you asked for it. So in terms of how you phrased what you were looking for. So, but you know, I think you've heard tonight and I certainly support public records requests. I think, you know, I encourage everyone who needs one of these things to do that. I'm not, you know, trying to get more people to do that, but so I think going forward that being more specific would be more helpful.
Brian, as our attorney, I have a question for you. Can this Board of Appeals find, along with their grant, deny, or continue finding, can we also put in a clause for in order to bill Mr. Cranford for the time expended upon this? Is that within the purview of the Board of Appeals?
Stephen, I think the code precludes us from billing it for it. But so if you were to add some kind of contingency, I would say only if the code allows for it. You know, because I know in fact that I think this was just clerk's office and legal department over an hour. I think the reach out was less than an hour to the other departments. So I guess the short answer would be yes, so long as you put the contingency that any fees demanded would be within the purview of the code.
Understood. Thank you. So for this evening, I find that within the boundaries of the request, that no additional evidence has been presented that these records exist, and I will vote to deny the appeal. And I would ask the board to bill Mr. Cranford for the time spent researching the request, if code allows. So that's my finding this evening. As we move on throughout the process, we have 3 choices tonight as a board. We can grant the appeal and ask our staff to look again under the same constraints given to us. We can deny the appeal, or we can continue the appeal, which asks them to continue to look as well for any records that may be on subject.
I move to deny the appeal.
Second.
Sarah, I don't believe that there's any public comment on a Board of Appeals motion. Is there assembly deliberation on that motion? Or Board of Appeals deliberation on that motion?
Well, no, there wouldn't be, not with the hearing process.
On the motion to deny the appeal, Sarah?
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes?
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mr. Celine,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 to deny the appeal.
Thank you. On item 24-23, the repeal of, or the appeal by Austin Cranford on the December 19th, 2023 municipal records have been denied. That would bring us to our next hearing as the Board of Appeals, item 24-024, appeal to the municipal clerk's response to a public records request filed by Austin Cranford on December 20th, 2023, that the requested records don't exist or cannot be located. As we did just go through this process, I don't think we need any more further procedural advice from our attorney. But does the Board of Appeals need any procedural advice before we move on?
Can we take 5?
We can, yes.
Thank you.
Please, let's, it is the top of the hour. Let's take a 5-minute break before we hit item G. All right, thank you, Assembly. As a reminder, we are seated as a Board of Appeals for this next hearing, a quasi judicial body. So tonight we will be hearing item 24-024. This is an appeal of the municipal clerk's response to a public records request filed by Austin Cranford on December 20th, 2023, that the requested records don't exist or cannot be located. I've already asked the Board of Appeals if they need any further procedural advice from our municipal attorney. No one popped up. So we will start with our hearing. Again, 2 opportunities for 10-minute presentations, first by our appellant and then our municipal attorney, and then 5-minute rebuttals from each of them. Mr. Cranford, if you're ready to present your evidence and argument.
Good evening. My name is Austin Cranford. This request was made December 20th of 2023. It was any records or communications pertaining to threats/actions taken against KCAL, Sika Sentinel, or KIFW. Actions meant removal of revenue as retaliation for reporting on city events, politics, threats against staff members of the named entities, or any internal emails discussing the named entities on their staff that deviated from normal communication. This request was put in because I was made aware that a labor management meeting had taken place where comments had been made by specifically the city administrator. And I had put in a request on the 19th of December of 2023, requesting any records pertaining to the last 10 labor management meetings, and was told that those records do not exist. So I now have 2 here that said the labor management meetings don't exist, yet the city employee that mentioned it to me was in this meeting, said the comments were made by the city administrator, yet there's no records of the meeting. There's no records of the emails. There's no minutes. There's nothing. And the reason I believe, again, that the records exist is because I had applied for a second request, or no, a third request, my apologies, requesting emails regarding a incident between a city employee and the assembly. That email was provided to me on January 9th, and the email was dated January 5th to the city administrator. And when I requested that information was partially provided to me, but that email was magically absent from the records that were provided to me. So this is the case that I was mentioning where the city has shown a history of not providing all of the records that were requested. So once again, we have a city employee that says that these comments were made, that the meeting took place, that there are minutes for the meeting, but the records are nowhere to be seen. Like, do city employees need to start recording meetings? Like, I don't understand how we can't find records that city employees are saying this happened. And I really hope that the city isn't going after our media because of things that they've reported, which is why this request was put in. Ultimately, it's much like the last appeal. I have evidence that I'm not getting all the records. This time, I have the record in front of me, as does the city, because it was sent to administrator at cityofsika.org. So it's there somewhere. City can go find it, I guess. And it wasn't provided. So I don't know if it just can't be found. And in this case, unlike the last one, the IT department is actually checked on this one, which means the IT department allegedly went and looked and then still didn't find anything. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, I wish I could have got the city employee to come up and mention it. If Dr. Ween wants to use the remainder of my time, he allegedly has a similar incident of records that he knows exist not being given to him. So I'll give the floor to him if he would like to appear. Yes, no, okay.
Correct, within the purview of the evidence on this public records request.
Right, and this would be within the purview of, again, the city has a history of not providing the records that are requested, even though they exist.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween, and I didn't come here expecting to be a witness, but I'm from New Jersey, and we enjoy pickup basketball. The reason I am up here today is because something happened at the assembly level with some assembly members, and because of that, I too had heard about emails and et cetera that were being exchanged. And so I hired an attorney and I submitted a FOIA request. The FOIA, and I love Sarah and I love Jessica, and I know they work very hard on it, but this speaks to something that is not Sarah and is not Jessica. It took multiple requests from me where I'm very patient and I waited. It's supposed to be 10 days and it was longer than 10 days, about 6 weeks before I got a reply with a bill of $313. And I wrote a very, very good request, which I knew would be a sane net, which would capture those emails. And so I was handed a thumb drive and I looked at it and I looked at what $313 bought and I thought, boy, was I going to get a lot of email. I got nothing. I got nothing as it related to a simple Boolean search. And that's what we're talking about here, the ability of the city to do, where we're told it says, we live in an age of convenience. We hear about GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, but this is Boolean. Now, what would happen is you just type in a word, you go to your iPhone, and that all you have to do is type in Fred, and you'll get everybody with Fred on it. It's Boolean, and it's really, that's been existing in computers forever. And the fact that you don't have that capability so simply to put in keywords, corruption, where is it? And then you may get 20,000 hits, but that's when they say, well, we got 20,000 hits. Could you be a little more specific? And there are ways to do it. The assembly, the city, and the state and the federal government are statutorily required to do these things. And the broadness really has nothing to do with it. If you truly are public servants, you will assist the individual to narrow it down. If they're having difficulty narrowing it, but they should be able to do it from a Boolean situation. And it's no excuse to say that it's just not there, doesn't exist or can't find it. We have computers here and you have email and the email is electronic and I should be able to put in Steve Eisenbites, and I should get all the public emails from Steve
Point of order,
Eisenbites.
Mr. Mayor. I feel like Mr. Ween was up here to provide context. Dr. Ween,
yes,
to provide context, but now he's using it as a place of to grandstand.
I am. It's not grandstanding. The notion is. The notion is.
This witness has done this in the past as well, and I feel will continue to do so throughout the hearing. However, it is within the bounds of what we're listening to tonight.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that the city needs, what I heard here tonight, needs to improve their ability to search records. And that is something, if they cannot do simple Boolean searches of their records, then something is the matter. And I think that Mr. Cranford's case would have been much simplified if you had that ability, and I believe you do. And so I think you really actually need to look within yourselves and what the abilities of the city is in order to produce records. And I just have to say, it happened to me. My attorney said I was going to appeal it. She said, no, it'll be a waste of money. And if we went to court, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. So all I have to say is, Tammany Hall was the most corrupt New York government in the universe. And so I thought it was an interesting analogy that was previously made. Thank you. And they were Democratic.
I would remind the witness that we are not on a previous appeal anymore. And if the witness continues to want to state his case, that he does need to stay on the current issue at hand.
Respectfully, Mayor, it was on the issue at hand because it shows that there is a pattern that records are not being provided when they are requested. Not only have I made the statement now, Dr. Ween has made the statement. We have other citizens coming to me in public through text, through email, saying that they have submitted these records. And when I request these records from the city, they are not being provided. At some point, we have to go, okay, does the city just not know how to file records, or are they withholding them? Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the appellant or his witness?
I guess I'm going right back for the evidence here. You know, here the request is for regarding KCAW and the Sentinel, and yet your evidence that you're vaguely telling us has nothing to do with KCAW or the Sentinel. Therefore, how is our clerk supposed to dig up this stuff that you were requesting?
The reason they're able to, or should be able to bring it up is because I've filed, this is the second request looking for this information now. I mentioned the previous 10 labor management meetings that was filed on the 19th of last year.
That's you don't have labor management meetings in the request. You want it, you put it in there.
Mr. Yestad.
Dude, this is frustrating.
I understand, but
So
if I'm going to ask the appellant to keep his voice down, I'm going to ask the Board of Appeals to keep their voice down as well. Thank you.
And actually, it is in the request because it specifically mentions any records or communications pertaining to threats or actions. This includes that labor management meeting that I was told, again, doesn't exist. So are city employees lying now? Who is somebody's lying? It's not me. Is it city employee?
And Mr. Yestad, if your question has been answered, you can thank Mr. Cranford for his time and not allow him to continue.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Cranford, so you said previously that you submitted a specific request and you got a very specific response, correct?
That's correct.
In this instance, was there a specific request made?
Well, which request are you referring to?
The
There's
issue at
been
hand
three.
in front of us?
What was the question again, Mayor?
Did you issue a specific request on this one?
Yes, I was requesting any records or communications pertaining to the three organizations that were mentioned.
And you said you have in front of you evidence. Again, why are you unable to provide that?
The evidence was provided in previous appeals. This is the third. 3 appeals were brought up.
You understand you're sitting in front of a Board of Appeals right now that's supposed to see evidence, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
And so there's evidence that you say you have that you're still not providing. And we cannot rule on evidence that we do not have? I think that's understood. Previously, you had a witness come up that said they wrote a very good request and got a very good answer, and that staff will assist with, or that the staff should assist. I'm going to say that the requester needs to assist as well. If we have a one-way line of communication, this is impossible for us to narrow this down and get any information. In fact, when the witness said, if you search Steve Eisenbeiss, that a whole bunch of information would come up. I would suggest not, because my name is Steven. Something as small as that can potentially throw this off. So you need to work with these staff members who are spending extreme amounts of time on your behalf in order to get you the evidence you want. I know that you're on a hunt to say that we are corrupt, that we are whatever you want to say that we are. And whether these documents exist or not, you need to help us find those for you. No one is sitting up here telling you that you can't have any of these documents if they exist. What this is telling you is that within these confines that you've given us, no documents exist on this.
And I would be
Is there
more,
any further for, Scott, do you have anything for the appellant?
I'm just having a hard time with, and this might be going back to the first one, I guess, because you'd have to enter in threats. And then how do you submit that we've had threats? So we got documentation that we've had threats. And so if we're just going to enter in a keyword of threats or revenue, removal of revenue as retaliation, or, man, I say what Chris said. You better tell me to shut up, Mayor.
Please.
So, Mr. Cranford, I have the same question I had last one. And I think I know this answer because of your answer, which you gave me, but you have the opportunity to discuss on phone or in person with the clerk, the legal attorney, and then the administrator. Did you do that on this one?
I did not, because it was under the same circumstances. I would have had the information prior to Wednesday. And again, I was out of town and or physically incapable of doing it at the time.
And I understand, absolutely, for a medical situation, I completely understand. That's completely reasonable. But out of town, I mean, I've been out of town. I don't go out very often, but I went out of town over the holidays, and I was able to call people who were not where I was. I think that you could have done that.
Right. And if it's in the interests of the assembly, the out of town was a VA appointment at Anchorage over the weekend, and I would prefer not to have my medical history in public comment.
I have no desire for that, but you're stating that you did not avail yourself of the ability to kind of get a better understanding, a two-way conversation to get more understanding of what you need so we can serve you. And you did not, from my understanding, avail yourself of that. I understand medical conditions, totally get it, or medical needs, but I have a hard time believing that you couldn't squeeze in some time to talk about this with one of these guys.
Stephen. Tim? I think we're straying into deliberations at this point. I'd like to hear from the attorney.
Yes, thank you. Is there any further questions on the evidence and argument of the appellant that he just presented? Brian, on your presentation of evidence and argument.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, let's focus on what the public records request is. And that's key here, because the language of the public records request that Mr. Cranford typed in here, he says any records communications pertaining to threats/actions taken against, and then he lists the media here in town. So we're looking for documents where somebody was making threats or actions taken against the media related to removal of, he called it removal of revenues for them because of the way they wrote stories. And I'm paraphrasing that portion, but don't paraphrase the beginning. He's looking for that. So that's our charge, to look for those documents. And I don't know what he's talking about in a labor management meeting. I don't know what a labor management meeting is, frankly. But just because there was a meeting and people talked about things doesn't mean there's records related to that the CBS is involved with. He wants to go to the union and talk to I don't know what he's talking about here. So then Mr. Cranford starts talking about a January 5th email that would have been responsive to this particular request. And all he does is hold it up and shake it in front of you. I mean, I didn't read it, but I didn't see it before we came here today. It wasn't submitted to evidence. And frankly, I don't know if it's responsive to this particular request, but he's claiming that we failed him by not providing that January 5th email and not to him. But we don't even know I don't even know what it is. I mean, if it's a response to a previous email, at one point I did, but I don't know what it is. But we have no evidence here. Now, Dr. Ween, you just don't know the facts. You know, shame on you for calling us Tammany Hall. I heard you use the word 3 times.
Sir, as a witness, this is not your time to rebut our attorney's
So what I'm
statement.
saying.
He
So,
can speak to you as a witness at this point because you allowed your,
No,
no,
you
you
can't.
cannot.
so, you don't know the facts. And, I would be glad to debate you sometime. I spent a lot of hard work on, and so did the clerk's office and all your public records requests. And I don't think they have a hill of beans to do with what's going on here today. If you had complaints about that you didn't get the documents requested, call me up. We'll talk about it. I want to give you those documents. I want to give you these documents, but you don't know the facts. And we're going to ask Sarah Peterson what the actual facts on what kind of search that we did to look for these records. And could you do that now for the assembly, Sarah?
Sure. So our office received this request on December 20th. The title of the record says NA. The date of the record says 2023, and then there's a description of the records that they may be looking for. So our office spent actually quite a bit of time trying to figure out exactly what the request was specifically, so we knew which departments to forward the records request to. Jess and I spoke, and we forwarded it to the IT director. The IT director performed a system-wide email search using keywords from the request and notified the clerk's office of the files retrieved. Our office then notified the legal assistant of the files to review. The legal assistant reviewed over 110,000 email files and relayed to the clerk's office that there were no records responsive to this request and to indicate as such on the records request form. Again, there were no records responsive to the description on this records request form. So we did that. We've got over this particular request. The legal assistant spent over 30 hours reviewing emails. And then we've got another 10 on top of that with my time, Jess's time, Brian's time, and we cannot charge the requester for that time, the administrative time.
So we do have the capacity to send a request to the IT department, and they do have the capacity to do broad or specific keyword searches. And that, in fact, that's the way we respond to many public records requests, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And this one, we had, did you say 110,000 documents that from the keywords taken out of this particular request came up with potential documents that we had to on that? Assembly, that's a far cry from the argument Dr. Ween made that we better sharpen up our game on this, or however he phrased it, we'll learn it. We are a sophisticated organization to a certain degree. We may not be top shelf in all the sophistication of electronics, but we have a hardworking, good ID department that I go to a lot and look for keyword searches. And he comes back, if I give him the right keyword searches, he comes back with those documents. And we've had public requests. I don't remember if it was Dr. Ween's request, because I do have some recollection that it was, that we reached out to his attorney, and I could be conflating this or mixing it up with another public request, but we've done this in the past where we said, hey, give us a better idea of what you want to look for, because we have the ability to put in those keywords, and we'll do that for you. We'll look for those, and we're glad to do that. So all my arguments before, I just want to reference those and repeat them. I'm not going to repeat them again, but we did an extensive search for documents on this case, and we were put in a tough position because of this broad request that Mr. Cranford, and we need to send a message out to him. He did the same thing in this one. He provided no documents to the municipal administrator. He provided no feedback. He didn't work with us. He should work with us, and we'll try to get the documents to him. But there are no documents that responsive to this particular request, and we told him so, and we looked for him very, very hard. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for a municipal attorney on the evidence and argument? Seeing none, we would give the appellant a 5-minute response or clarifying statement.
Hello, my name is Austin Cranford again. I want to point out that I am looking for records that, according to y'all's own retention schedule, I'm looking at it right here. It says title, minutes, description, records that constitute the official accounts of the proceedings and actions of the governing body, boards, commission, and committees. Retention at the office until scan, records center, permanent, total, permanent. It specifically mentions how long you're supposed to hold these records. It says the record should be held. So where are the records? It was mentioned that how many emails were brought up? 1,000 emails. So the keywords got hit. 110. So the keywords got hit. At no point did anybody reach out to me and say, hey, we got 110,000 hits. Would you be willing to narrow your search results so that we can narrow this 110,000 hits down to a more manageable number? I would be more than willing to help the city find the records that I'm looking for, but that requires the city to once again communicate with the people that are looking with for the records. And we're seeing this, all of this, the city's not transparent. They're not. They claim that it's a part of the strategic plan. At the start of this meeting, I mentioned a specific scenario where the city was not transparent. Dr. Weed has mentioned a specific situation where the city was not transparent. I am mentioning where the city is not transparent, brought up the retention schedule saying that the record should be there. And what I also found weird is after I sent this link for the retention schedule to the administrator, when I go back today, I can't get it. It's been moved. It's been deleted. It's not there anymore. I had to go to the Wayback Machine, which, thank God, did have a record of it. Why all of a sudden is a link being moved after I've sent it to the administrator? It doesn't look right. It seems like the city is trying to hide something because Cranford saw something he wasn't supposed to see. That's what it looks like, and that's what's happening right now. And like, yeah. To a previous point, yes, I did come in here and assume that both of these would be denied simply because of the way that the city is treating the people of this community and the way that you're not being fair and transparent. Like I said, Sarah's done a great job. I don't think it's Sarah. I honestly think it's somebody higher than Sarah that's going, no, deny it. We're not gonna work with him and help him narrow the 110,000 search results. Just that. So there were hits. The keywords found what was put in the document per your own employee statement just now. And instead of going, hey, we have this many records, help us narrow it down, it was outright denied. So what this basically says is that it's being denied because it's too broad, not because the records don't exist. The records do exist, and they don't want to be provided. Thank you.
Mr. Cranford, I have some questions for you on that one. You said that we should work with you. In your appeal of this originally to the administrator, why did you not narrow down your focus at that point?
Because no information was provided to allow me to narrow down my focus. It wasn't, hey, we have these documents from these departments. I would have been more than willing to narrow it down to a department if I had been told that information. I was told.
Okay, and in your own words, you said Cranford saw a document he wasn't supposed to see. Where is that document?
It's right here.
Why have you not submitted any of this evidence?
The city's own record retention schedule?
I have pretty good vision. Oh, the document you're not supposed to see is our record retention schedule.
Exactly, it's public. So when I sent it to the administrator in an email,
you specifically said you saw a document you weren't supposed to see.
Right.
What is that document and where is it?
It's this document right here. Why was it moved? Why was it deleted? Because now the only
Okay,
way,
that's a publicly available document.
It's
That's
not
something that
publicly
you're not
available
supposed
anymore.
to see.
Ooh. It is not a
I have no
public
further
available
questions.
document
Does anyone
anymore.
else have a
It's been
question
moved.
for Mr. Cranford?
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order. That document is available on our website right now. I just checked the link.
Thank you for that
I
clarification.
looked at the link. I even showed you the paperwork. I'd be happy to pass it around where the link
Does
was
anyone
not
else have any
active.
questions for Mr. Cranford at this time? Thank you, Mr. Cranford. Brian, you have a 5-minute rebuttal or clarifying
Yeah,
statement.
you know, this is the biggest red herring that I ever heard. I mean, the retention schedule, what logic brings the retention schedule? A retention schedule for all of your, for edification is pretty obvious. It's just the process where we look at how long do we keep records? And he's trying to get some kind of logic that says, if we have a retention record that we're supposed to keep records, therefore we've hidden records. It's absurd. I can't even understand how he even makes that logical link between the two of them. So let's ask Sarah Peterson where the retention, even with that in mind, that there's no logic about this, where is this retention schedule at right now?
The records request that Mr. Cranford is displaying to you is our former records retention schedule. The clerk's office has been working with our consultant to revamp and bring our records retention schedule up to date and more modern. So we've been working on that for the past 6 months. Actually, it's been longer than 6 months. And we just finalized that earlier this month. And that document that Mr. Cranford is showing has been replaced with our newer version of our records retention schedule.
And did that newer retention schedule and moving it to the new overhauled code have anything to do with Mr. Cranford?
No, I can assure you, I have nothing to hide.
Right.
And it had nothing to do with Mr. Cranford, simply me doing my work and trying to do the tasks that I've been assigned to do.
Ms. Peterson, you heard me earlier talk about generally the procedure, and you spoke to the procedure for who does public records requests. And that after you do your work that you told them how the process goes, the clerk's office does, the deputy clerk is the lead on many of those kind of things. Then once you get it, you do a review through the legal department, right?
Correct.
And the legal department gives you advice about the records being requested, about if there's confidential documents and stuff like that in there.
Yes.
And they really can't give advice as to, I mean, they can help to see whether or not things are responsive, and they do, you know, we do help out, correct?
Yes, you do.
And because of our staffing problems, it's not uncommon for the legal assistant to get involved in the review of responsive documents. Is that correct?
You are correct. Yes.
And that's exactly what happened in this case, where
yes.
because of all the staff time necessary to look through these things. By the way, in early December, where was I in this whole process?
You were on medical leave.
And I wasn't even in the state.
You were
correct?
not in Alaska, or no.
Correct. So now, is anyone else, any other individual in the city and borough of Sitka, other than the legal department, consulted and has any decision-making process in public records requests?
No, it's always the municipal clerk's office and the legal department that work hand in hand.
So you didn't go seek anyone else's input?
I did not.
Do you ever even give, okay, did in this particular case, in this particular request, did anyone other than the legal department give the clerk's office any kind of advice, direction, consultation, anything from within the city and borough of Sitka?
No.
Okay. You know, appeal board, you know, all these claims are unfounded, without evidence, just, you know, where he's dropping this, well, there was a meeting, it was talked about, therefore the record should be there. You have a retention schedule, therefore, if you're going to retain records, the record should be there. None of these arguments logical sense. He's provided no evidence. And I'm just not going to repeat myself from the last one. you know, Mr. Cranford needs to be given a message here. And maybe the public needs to be given a message here that we need to do these things, not to abuse the process, but you need to work with our hardworking staff who's out there to support you. We encourage people to file public records requests. If Dr. Ween has problems with our responses to his he needs to call me up. He needs to call up the clerk's office up and work with us on this, and not come here and claim that we need to step up our game because we don't know how to do Boolean research products. We do. We know how to do them. We know how to do them well. And so you need to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the municipal attorney on his response or clarifying statement? To the board for deliberation. Tor?
Yeah, again, I read this and I'm not at all surprised they didn't find anything because, you know, first of all, communications that threaten one of the media outlets with loss of revenue. Well, since we've never given any revenue to any of the media outlets, that would be tough. And, you know, I find, and this is a comment, that people tend to project their own values in the way that they do things on other people. And so somebody who, you know, would think, oh, they're hiding everything, are the kind of people who would hide stuff. And that tend to not give credence to people who are working hard, trying to answer this unanswerable request. You know, common sense says that nobody would write down a threat. And so there wouldn't be anything even if they existed. But it would be you know, and of course there's going to be a lot of emails with it mention those organizations because, all right, you put out a press release. I mean, I talked to somebody from the radio station about this, whatever, it'd be obviously over 100,000. But to say that something that is outside, that deviates from the norm of normal communication, I'm not at all surprised that it's zero. And again, you can't give something that doesn't exist. So I have no problem saying that we should deny this request.
Chris?
First off, I'd like to apologize to this body and Mr. Cranford for my outburst. Clearly, I'm frustrated here. In this request, there was some specifics that were asked, and that's better, clearly. But yet the evidence given to us here tonight had nothing to do with KCAW that I know of or the Sentinel. It had to do with some labor meeting. So yeah, I'm frustrated over it. You know, this is still very similar to the first appeal where it's very broad. All I can think of is help us help you. Give us some specifics. Give our clerks specifics so they can help find the documents. And I got to say, in all of this, my biggest frustration tonight is the fact of the time that I am seeing spent that our staff is having to do for all these public records requests. And time is money. And that money is taxpayer money. It's my money, it's your money, it's everyone's money. And right now I feel as though the taxpayers' money is being wasted on someone who has an axe to grind with this city. And it's fine to have an axe to grind. It's fine if it's people's right if they are displeased with the city. But to take advantage of the system and try to dig up information that may or may not exist through just very broad, vague requests and spending the taxpayers' dollars in doing this just for a vendetta is really disturbing to me, and just it's frustrating, and it clearly boiled over a little bit here, and I'm disgusted by it, really, and on those reasons, I'm going to deny this. Yeah.
Jim?
So, Mr. Cranford, I'm also going to vote to deny this for pretty similar reasons to the last one. I think that the city has made a good faith effort to find what you asked for. And I think what you asked for was a little too, maybe wasn't the right request, I guess. And so I do find that the city was responsive to what you asked for. So I will be voting to deny this at this time.
JJ?
Based on the inability to present corroborating evidence, I support denying this request, this appeal, excuse me.
Kevin, please.
Thank you. I'm going to deny it based on the last two comments. I believe Sarah and Brian proved clearly beyond a shadow of a doubt that they made a good faith effort to get that information. And so I will be disapproving it. For those reasons, I do want to say I am very, very frustrated that the taxpayers are paying a lot of money for our staff these records requests. As I support what Brian said, that we encourage people to take advantage of the process. It's everyone's right. And that's a great thing that we live in a country, state and town that allows that. But you have come to the meetings time and time again at public persons to be heard and made accusations without providing any proof. And it's usually pretty derogatory. So, that is just very disappointing and frustrating. And I would encourage you to work, kind of take from what people have said and work with the team. Okay, just providing broad statements and is not going to get you anywhere. And I think that, just to remind the public what was said, there was like 30, 40 plus hours of staff time on this one records request. And this is, it's not as if there aren't others. I will say for the record, Dr. Ween's thing made no sense. Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, I'm just going to speak to the assembly on this one. I think, government's not a clean profit-making business, and this is one of the things that we agree to. This is one of the things we agree to make possible. So making these requests, I don't want anyone to feel like we're unwilling to put in the time and energy to do this, or should feel bad about asking for those sorts of things. So while I understand, there can be a level of frustration with this, the reality of it is, as a government, we are not only required, but I think ethically required to do this. And I certainly support that. So I understand what we're saying here in terms of the time involved, but guess what? That's what we do. So I think that's part of it. We're not here to make money. And yes, we do spend taxpayer dollars. And in this case, these sorts of things are money well spent for our taxpayers.
So in this instance, I will find that no additional evidence has been presented in front of myself that would allow me to continue down this path. I do believe that there are records indicating KCAW, Sitka Sentinel, or KIFW. In fact, there's about 110,000 of them out there. If we had additional evidence that could narrow this down, I think that this would be a different circumstance. However, again, none of that evidence has been provided, but yet we've spent about 40 plus hours of staff time digging through all sorts of different records in order to find those. I also believe that Thad Polson, owner of one of the businesses listed, is perfectly capable of handling his own business. And if any threats or retaliation came forward to him, I believe he would be up at the assembly table screaming loud and proudly, because I know that he is very concerned about his newspaper and would continue to do everything possible in order to keep that going. I wish more evidence would have been put in front of this board this evening. However, with no further evidence, I will also be voting to deny. Tor, or
Oh, I'm sorry.
anything else or a motion?
I move to deny the appeal.
Second.
Sarah, on the motion to deny?
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Mr. Celine.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Also on appeal 24-024 on our assembly records. The appeal of the municipal clerk's response to a public records request filed by Austin Cranford on December 20th, 2023, that the records don't exist or cannot be located has been denied. That'll bring us to persons to be heard this evening. This is public participation for any item on or off tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Before my 3 minutes starts, I apologize.
Ma'am, if you could say your name, please.
Before my 3 minutes starts, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Eastad for yelling earlier. My name is Valerie Nelson. Now my 3 minutes can start. I'm a former mayor. I'm a former assemblyman member. I came down here because I heard you belittling somebody that brought an appeal. There's nothing in our code that says you can only file an appeal once or twice, or, you can only file public records request once or twice. If you want it to be that way, then put it in the code. The code is law. The comprehensive plan isn't the law. The strategic plan isn't the law. The code and the charter are the laws. I'm very upset about the way you treat the public. And look, nobody comes to meetings anymore because they think that you have your minds made up. I still care about this town, and I fought for an elderly lady to keep her home. And you know what? The public records process, no offense to Sarah, is a joke. We went to court and the city provided the record that I supposedly had to pay for $1,000 or whatever it was. And when the city's high-priced attorneys came back, they said, oh, well, she didn't argue this good enough, and here's more of the record that we didn't provide. And it's a joke. People are so disappointed in what's going on. Our assembly is supposed to be a representative of everybody, the administration as well as the taxpayers. And we don't have that anymore. We have people that were pretty much picked by an administrator that I don't believe is doing his job. And I will provide you with evidence of how some of us have had retribution against us because we spoke against things that were going on in the electrical department and all that kind of stuff. It's great that he defends his employees, but what about the public? We are now in a situation where we have no flipping linemen because guess what? We let the good ones go because somebody by the name of Joel Collins, who no longer works here, walked away with a bunch of things that I don't think he should have. And, I'm not going to waste any more time, but thank you for listening.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening?
Good evening. My name is Richard Wien, and I'd like to just say meow, because I'm really a pussycat, really. And Valerie will be a tough act to follow. But there are a couple of things that I'd like to say. The Supreme Court does not tax newspapers, and the judgment at that time said the ability to tax is the ability to kill, to destroy. And what happens is here tonight, which I thought was pretty extraordinary, post facto to charge for these records, to actually make this thing punitive. You wonder why people aren't coming up? So you make some proclamation. Just think about that for a second. Post facto, let's charge them. That's ridiculous. And that should be something that should cause alarm in you. And it's punitive, et cetera. By the way, just to clear up, it was Mr. Christensen who mentioned Tammany Hall. And I said that that's an interesting kind of analogy. I didn't bring it up and I didn't accuse anyone of being Tammany Hall. So excuse me. The other thing is that Mr. Eisenbeitz was incorrect. The FOIA that I put in and paid for and was supposedly researched by the IT director brought me nothing. And I kind of laughed because I thought I gave a fairly reasonable thing. I got no contact back that they couldn't find anything. But when I put the disc in that they gave me, there was nothing there that even grossly represented keywords. So, what can I say? And there's just so much to talk about. And again, it boils down to every item, and I see we have at least a teacher here, that everything we do has an educational element. And even though I know everybody here was very, bemoaning and wanting to teach lessons, send a message. That will bring people down here, that's for sure. But the lessons here, what lessons did you learn from these appeals? How can we improve the process? This is what this is all about. You have a problem and you face it and you solve it, or you go back to solve it. Clearly, there's an issue here in how searches are done. And sure, you can kill it. Let's just charge everybody, people's daily rate. Let's just kill it. Let's be punitive. Let's be rude at the table. I mean, that's no way. Learn, learn, learn.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening? Seeing none, that'll bring us to reports. I have no report this evening, but I will follow up with an extensive report at our next meeting on the happenings of the past couple of weeks. John?
Very brief report. Thank you, Mayor. We attended AML, the Winter Conference legislative session last week. My trip was cut short due to visiting delegation, so I was only there for the one day. I did get to hear some legislative updates on some of the bills out there right now. We were there as the discussions were happening in the House about school funding. We heard about some potential for changes in the state retirement plan. We'll see where that goes. But on the 22nd, I flew back early from that to have lunch with Senator Sullivan at the Coast Guard base, and a lot of that discussion was centered around some of the development with the FRC pier and just some of the Coast Guard happenings and more of a laid back open session with some of the folks over there and the senator. That's all I have.
Brian?
I'll be returning to the Seattle area tomorrow, and I'll continue my remote work down there. Again, contact by cell phone and email is still working full time. Then, and we'll come back for another meeting here in the hopefully near future. And but in the meantime, contact me that way. Thank you.
Liaison representatives. Scott?
Library is still trying to get the new copier fired up.
Tim?
Police and Fire, at our request, reviewed the, wow, I'm forgetting the APV code. And it was a good conversation. There had been no incidents with that. I think there's still a question as to if a business begins to rent them in the summertime to people who might use them on the roads, for example. I think, that might bring it back to us or to that group to review whether or not that's, what we want to have happen with APVs. But, I think that was generally positive. The Police and Fire Commission was very, had nothing to say bad about it. So I think that was a positive that we had asked them to review it after a year, and this was their time. So.
Chris?
So last night we had a tourism task force work session. They're kind of on the home stretch here. They got basically 2, maybe 3 more meetings before they bring their recommendations forward to us. A couple of the groups are basically already finished and are just printing up the final drafts. So yeah, looks like they're gonna hit the finish line in the amount of time.
Anyone else for liaison representatives? Sarah?
So we have a budget meeting on Thursday night on enterprise funds. And then you will have a work session Thursday, March 7th on Convention and Visitors Bureau services. And then we'll have a regular meeting on March 12th.
Thank you. Any other reports this evening? I see none. That would bring us to our executive session.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second.
We need a specific reason in order to enter executive session.
Pulling it up, pulling it up. I move to go into executive session to receive a verbal report from Police Chief Robert Beatty concerning legal matters involving operations of the Sitka Police Department affecting the municipality.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Is there any public comment on going into executive session?
Good afternoon. My name's Austin Cranford. I'm against going into executive session. This is the 4th or 5th time that the assembly has gone into executive session for the police department within the past 6 months. Referring to a comment made to, I believe it was the Sitka Sentinel newspaper by the administrator, if all of these lawsuits and legal matters are a big nothing burger, the assembly is going into executive session an awful lot for it to be a whole lot of nothing. Thank you.
Any other public comment on entering executive session? Sarah?
Yeah, on the motion to go into executive session, Mr. Christensen? Yes. Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Celine?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
And Mayor Eisenbais?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll be meeting in room 4.
And assembly, please take a brief recess as we haven't had one in an hour before you enter executive session.
I move to come back into executive, yeah, Tor's gone. So.
I want to make sure Sarah's ready.
All right. I move to go into, to come back into regular session.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are reconvened as the assembly in regular session. The only other order of business is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.